I figured we would go ahead and get started. We are just a little bit behind, and if we can get Pat in here later, I can talk to him and figure out, have him get it set up so you can watch and comment as well. So I'll message him here in a second. But you're free to have at it.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. The reason why we're at the date and time screen on my Switch will become apparent once we get into the run, but we will be playing Pokemon Sword. And as it says, it is going to be the 80% with DLC category. And what does that mean? Well, we get to have some fun about 40-ish minutes, 45 minutes into the run, where we go to one of the DLC areas and we get a really strong Pokemon early on into the run. Let's go with Rescue. That's how you spell it, right? Sure.
Yeah.
I know how to spell. Alright. Jake, you have the timer ready?
Let's see. Right click, control, start. Yep, I'm ready.
Alright, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So yeah, this is going to be quite a while, so I figured might as well get started. There's this opening which we'll have to get through. Let me know if the sound is all good or not. It's bad, whatever.
That's on me. Let me adjust.
But yeah, this category is different from the regular 80% in that usually, I will say that it ended up coming about as a difference, but it separated itself from regular 80% because not everyone wanted to kind of tie the best times behind paid DLC, because as we'll find out, this run is on average just faster than the regular 80% because early on into the run, as I've mentioned, we go to the Ground Tundra, where there is a little thing called the Dynamax Adventures, and we will get a level 65 Pokemon before we even go towards the first gym. So, yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of fun. What Pokemon is that going to be? Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. And that's part of the fun of this whole category is I don't know what Pokemon is going to be my main for the vast majority of this run.
Do you want to know the name of the Pokemon now, since we already have that?
We can give it a little bit because it does take a little bit to get there.
I may have to pass it to someone else then, because I'm probably gonna like lay down and watch the stream.
Oh, you can probably tell me now.
It is yet again Tony Chopper, but it's TNY. How do we spell it? CHPPR. I think that should fit.
Yeah, I think you have a decent amount of characters for this. And yes, Dunsparce is in this game. And it is one of the potential options to show up in the Dynamax Adventures. However, I really would prefer something else. So the first chunk of this run is going to play out incredibly similar to 80% in, well, especially for Sword, which is we grab Sobble and we blast through the game. It is once we get to a certain point, and I'll mention when, that we will be making the switch over. And also, there are a few other things which we have taken care of to ensure that we get what we need in order to get through the game. So first thing, let me... Just the usual thing when it comes to Pokemon speedruns. You want to have the fastest text, you want to turn off battle animations, and so on and so forth. It's just a lot of the usual things. And one thing, that menu has one extra option. There's like one extra line of options in Japanese, which really threw me off the first time I ran this game in Japanese. And yeah, this game, when it comes to like the leaderboards, English and Japanese are essentially their own categories, just because the English-speaking communities and the Japanese-speaking communities that were running this game just came to different rule sets at the time early on. And a lot of those just stuck in place. Like the starting and ending timing between English and Japanese is different. And for the longest time, the Japanese leaderboard allowed the use of turbo controllers, whereas English didn't. That has been changed probably about a year at this point, to where you're allowed to use turbo controllers if you're doing English runs. And essentially a turbo controller, or at least a turbo function for a controller, is just something that you want to set up. You just need to hold down the button and it will mash. It will mash the button for you, which is really great for accessibility. Because this game is 4 hours of mashing through text. And you're like, it's a save-by. I can't believe you. Funnily enough, we do only see 2 Saberlights. One we do actually have to fight, and the other is actually in the cave where the Dynamics Adventures are. And another thing to note is that there are differences when it comes to speedrunning between Sword and Shield, even though they're the same generation. The fact that there are different gym leaders between the 2 games, whereas Pokemon Sword, which is what we're playing now, will have B, who is a fighting trainer, and also Gordy, who is a rock type trainer. Shield has Alistar and Melanie, who are Ghost and Ice type trainers, which does actually make a difference when it comes to the speedrun, especially, well, initially for 20%, the big difference was that Shield couldn't do the same strategy that Sword did, which was using Sobble throughout the entire run, because Melanie's Lapras made it damn near impossible to do so. And so regular 80% runs became different between the 2 games, which definitely made things interesting. When it comes to this category, though, 80% with DLC, it can make some Pokemon better or worse depending on which game you're going to be running them in. And also, just because of the differences in the trainers in each of those gyms as well, the amount of EVs or effort values that you will be getting throughout the game do actually change. So it is, as a general rule of thumb, if you are running Sword, you are more wanting to see physical attackers, whereas if you're playing Shield, it's much more preferable to be using a special attacker for a few reasons. But we shall see what we end up getting shown today. I think it was last week, about a week ago, I did end up getting a PB in this category using a Diggersby, which was a final time. But I really there's 230 or so Pokemon in the random pool of Pokemon that could show up in the Dynamax Adventures. Right, so we're getting to fight Hop for the first time. We will get to fight Hop 8 times throughout the course of this game, so we'll become very well acquainted with Hop and what he wants to be doing. Alright. I don't particularly care too much about stats of this Sobble. I like it to have good special attack, just so this start of the run is okay-ish. Let's see. It is
I've joined.
adequate. Hello, Patrick. Welcome in.
You're just talking about kind of being able to tell the stats from damage rolls here.
Yeah.
Or, oh, no. I'm lagging behind, so you probably got a good look at it right there.
Yeah, from the level up.
Yeah.
From this first hot fight, you get 2 level ups. And even though it's nice to have good special attack, it's not the be-all and end-all like it would be with any percent run. Like, any percent for Sword would spend so long just constantly resetting on this fight just if the Sobble didn't have good stats.
Yeah, and this is, I'll go ahead and prepare anyone who's in it for the long haul with us. We're going to be talking about any percent a lot. Both GLP and myself have done any percent, a decent amount. Him way more than me, but we've both run that game enough to really have a good understanding of it. And I think if you were watching any speedruns around the time that this game came out, everything that you saw was very likely an any percent run, right? Just make it to the end. Where DLC gets to do some stuff that's very different. What have I missed in terms of what you've already talked about? So I don't get in the way.
It's kind of outlined what the category entails, whereas like, all right, I'll go to the DLC area.
Yeah, we're kind of cheating.
Yeah.
And
it's all really like allowed because you're allowed to lose a specific fight. I'll let you know which one it is when we get there, but it's all because we're allowed to lose a specific fight. If we weren't, this
you would never be able to defeat the trainer and kind of go there. So it's interesting, as someone who does game design, it makes sense to say, oh, have DLC and don't level lock players out of it, because you don't want a situation where players can buy Sword and Shield, buy the DLC, both straight up having never played one or the other, and be told like, you're gonna have to wait like 40, 60 hours to get there. Which is very great for the speedrun that is true, that they have built in kind of a pathway to allow you to get to it. And as GLP has probably mentioned, it's about like a 30-minute detour, maybe a 40-minute detour. All things
it is
set
a
up.
reasonably significant detour, but because of how much it streamlines the rest of the game, it catches up to any percent so easily.
It's so funny that you would be like, go off the beaten path for 40 minutes in what is normally, a 4 to 4.5 hour run, like pretty much any percent and kind of all of them. And you would think like, how does that possibly save time? And I think when you start to see how it all comes together, it's going to make a lot of sense. Did you talk about starter choice already? Why we've got Sobble?
I've mentioned that we get Sobble, but as for reasons why, there's actually a few reasons for this category. One, it's just clean getting through this opening segment of the game. Secondly, because Leon will later on give you a held item that boosts the type of whatever starter you got. We will get the Mystic Water, which water is one of the more common good types for this run. Whereas grass, it has a shit time later on. Fire, there's a couple that can work, but you're wanting to using other things. So water is just the better of the three. And also, by taking Sobble, we take out the fastest of the three that Hop and Leon can use.
Yeah, it's very funny. And we'll get it out of the way right now. GLP, if you haven't said it, GLP is a multi-world record holder in this title, many times across Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. And I think, you got a PB just the other day, actually.
Yeah.
So really still keeping up with it. And the funny thing is, if any of you are familiar with Pokemon speedruns from GDQs or whatever, yes, you're probably aware that RNG can impact the run, but that's usually in, stats and things like that. Obviously, there's crit and there's damage rolls in these games. It's very funny to me how the open-ended nature, the almost randomizer quality of the Pokemon that you will get from the DLC portion means that, like you're hearing him say, oh, one of the major benefits is we get an item that has a greater chance of being good. We don't actually know that we'll have a water Pokemon or a Pokemon that uses good water moves, but it's so generically applicable that actually becomes a consideration. Where I know in 80% Score Bunny, if you are going with routes that are not going to use the starter the whole way through, Score Bunny is a little faster but riskier. You can actually die in some cases. So and I think that still holds true here. And so, Sobble for us is going to be, even though not going to keep it the whole time, just good to pick it up, not deal with any sort of issues, and not, I think with really, really long runs, y'all probably heard this before, but consistency is king, right? It's like, the fact that you're still able to pull out world records and not have to care about, like, maybe I get a 10-second time gain by playing Score Bunny. It's just, you can already lose runs to
why am I going here
things. So
I've already I don't know why I went in Hop's house.
No, it's good. We're autopiloting, baby. That's how it is. Settle in.
All right, so in this route, we want to catch a Wooloo. Ideally, if it doesn't show up, we can settle for a Squavit.
Yeah.
And the main reason for that is, let me see if there's anyone here. No, we're getting a Squavit. Catching a Pokemon here means that Leon will not give you the catching tutorial later on, which is really nice. Oh, we're really bottom of the barrel this. And also the reason why we want, like, this is the bottom of the barrel while still able to hit an experience breakpoint that we want. We want to be able to hit level 12 by the time we want to go to the Crown Tundra. Because in order to get to the Tundra, you need to catch the Galarian Slowpoke that is at the train station, and that is very hard if you are below their level. That's one of the things about this game that a lot of Pokemon speedrunners didn't really appreciate, is that when you are lower, if your strongest Pokemon is lower level than the Pokemon you are trying to catch, the chance that you'll catch it goes way down. So you want to be on or above that its level to make it consistent. And also another way to make it consistent, and is also one of the reasons why I had to set my Switch to a very specific time, is so that we can get quick balls, so that they will just be very easy to catch things throughout this run. And we will need to be catching multiple things.
Yeah, so, we're kind of just playing through the early stages of the game right now. It's going to be pretty chill for a while. Like you're saying, we've got to make sure that we do these small, minute things that are going to make that kind of battle encounter with the Slowpoke go well. But usually from there in, it's kind of smooth sailing. I know, we're going to have, it's a long run. We're going to have time to talk about everything we want. But the thing that I think would be great to set up for people is, how the DLC works and specifically what we're looking to get out of it, right? To give all of you kind of another brief overview, how this works is there is a feature in the game called Dynamax Adventures, and it's sort of like, if any of you have done Pokemon Go raids, I think it's equatable, right? It's not mechanically the same, but it's similar in that you kind of group up with friends and you end up fighting these large Dynamax Pokemon, and they had Dynamax raids in the original version of the game, where some friends could say, oh, I have a rare Pokemon silhouette kind of over here, and you would invite people over and you would try to take it down and get rare forms or whatever. And so the adventure is kind of a multi-tiered version of that, sort of like a dungeon almost. And it feels maybe wrong to say that we're tricking the game, but there is a tutorial for it where you can play with CPU opponents that have way higher level Pokemon than you, and they sort of carry you through it. And because of that, you get a choice of, I say a choice, you get a host of random Pokemon in that very first adventure, and we're going to be trying to take the best Pokemon that you can get. And there's some things where you'll be able to tell the type. And I think GLP has done this well enough that you have a greater sense of being able to tell the silhouette. You don't get the greatest look at it, but you can see like, oh, if I head that way, what fighting type is that? What poison type is that? Because it's meant to be a little bit of a surprise. But an interesting element to this is Suicune. The legendary dog Suicune is actually guaranteed at the end of the run. And so when this route first began, a lot of people were intentionally making it all the way to the end to get Suicune. And as we now know, often it's very good to just take a pretty good first Pokemon rather than going all the way to the end of that adventure.
Suicune is a very strong, very safe pick to take. You're not going to be dying to anything really throughout the entire game. Nothing really challenges water types all that much in this run, because the only grass type gym leader will be out leveled by like 40 plus levels. So they're not going to be an issue. So water is very safe. But yeah, the Suicune, very strong, very safe. But as we're kind of alluding to, because you have to go through the entire adventure to get there, and also Suicune has an ability that kind of drags on. It's definitely not the best of the Pokemon that are on offer.
Yeah, and this is something to, just kind of bringing it back into focus for any of you who've maybe not watched Pokemon speedruns before. But if you've heard things, if you've ever watched a GDQ, or if you've paid attention to these speedrun marathons, or if you've been watching more things than Runs to the Rescue, especially with Oscar's Final Fantasy run, you've probably heard the term or know the notion of like things adding up, right? And Pokemon abilities is a great example of one where, you can have a Gyarados, right, which many people, by most accounts, a pretty good Pokemon. And I think, at the end of the day, you would be fine running it. But the fact that if you get one with Intimidate, that's every single encounter, taking multiple seconds of that encounter every time, is something that long term is going to lag you quite a lot. And so we're really trying to cut down a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and that kind of thing also very much influenced what Pokemon are good or not in this run. Like in the Dynamax Adventure, on the pool of all the rental Pokemon that you can get, all of the options that are available, they will all have the exact same moves and ability when you get them. So we know what moves we can expect, we know what ability we can expect, so we know that, one of the biggest examples is Combusken and Blaziken are both in the pool. The Blaziken has speed boost, whereas Combusken, when evolved, will not have that. So it is always better to take the Combusken and evolve it rather than just to take the Blaziken. Yeah. So you don't have an ability that will keep on racking up turn after turn.
Yeah. Anyways, it's just kind of, I don't want to spend too much time in the future as we're just kind of breezing through this stuff, but it's just very fun to think about how, I've seen GLP has a spreadsheet of runs that he's done and things that he's logged, and I will wake up sometimes to seeing him run some of the weirdest Pokemon, and they are surprisingly not bad, or, some things that you might never think are high tier end up being, pretty good. I want to say it was like
I really like
world
Pissimian.
Record. Yeah, Pissimian, right? Like, I think Pissimian is cute, but a mostly forgettable Pokemon from Sun and Moon is like a top contender for solid fighting type. And I want to say I think your first record was with Mamoswine.
Yes, it was.
Correct. Which is funny. There's so many Pokemon that people like and know are like fully evolved, but I don't know that anyone is thinking like, oh yeah, Mamoswine, world record contender. like that's the strongest Pokemon you can get, right? It's funny. I think maybe the highest tier Pokemon that feels like it should be there, I want to say Starmie is is like, oh yeah, that would make sense that Starmie's good, right? Because Starmie's kind of always good, but
12 hours ago there was on this channel the Let's Go Eevee run that runs the Starmie.
Oh yeah, big Starmie fans here, but anyways, just kind of cool to see that you'll be running with like a Diggersby, and I'll be like, what is this even? And it's like, oh, it either like PBs or gets close. It's not that bad. So anyways, I keep saying I don't want to focus too much on the future, but not only are we sort of cheating a Starmie named Spoingus, hell yeah. Not only are we sort of cheating in this way, it's interesting because we have to focus on exactly, I would say, the this game's version of the Elite Four, which is sort of this Champions Tournament at the end of the game, as well as the Rose Tower, which has a lot of steel and rock type Pokemon. Basically, ground moves are very, very good, and you want them, or you need a plan for those sorts of things. And if you can kind of get a Pokemon that will do well in that handful of encounters near the end of the game, you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you're going to be in for a reckoning by the time you get there, which is, I think, why this category has had so much staying power, because there's so much to figure out and so many unique situations that arise that you kind of can't know until you're at the end and really experiencing it for yourself. So,
Frost types and fairies have a real rough time because there's a lot of steel types that you have to deal with.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, right? Is I will say for most of this run, once it gets going, you are rarely going to see us in jeopardy or in danger for our lives. Like, there's certainly things that can go wrong, and GLP's going to do his best to steer us away. But this is really about optimizing your DPS, if you want to think of it that way. It's like knowing that I'm going to steamroll, even through the fights and the sections that you would think are like, oh, not that important. It's like, am I taking the moves that are going to generate the least hitboxes? In some of the hop fights, if you get a super effective hit, he'll call out and he'll be like, whoa, super effective. Like, he'll have extra dialogue. You actually want to avoid those, or you want to avoid text boxes and stuff.
Hop is one of the most love the character. Love his character arc.
We're Hop fans, and if any of y'all in the chat are not Hop fans, we're gonna have some words. But as far as speedrunning goes, he is among the more meddlesome rivals to exist. I think he
because not only this, he has like 6 or 7 different teams with a wide variety of Pokemon that he will use,
which is super cool from a story perspective.
It is cool.
But also,
goddamn, the fact that I have to deal with the goddamn Trevenant and the Cramorant, and for some reason a Pincurchin? What's he doing, my dude?
Yeah. It says, Geodude is real and he's my friend. True on both accounts. I totally get you. As I haven't looked anything up about Scarlet and Violet. I hope people are excited about it. I'm excited.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I feel like those few days before Dragonflight launches, I'm going to go really hard on it. I've kind of ignored most everything, but it's been a good time, especially in this run, to kind of look back at Sword and Shield. And there's a lot in this game that I like, and then there's a decent chunk in this game that I find very confusing. And I forgive it because Pokemon games have never been perfect. But there's like, when we get to the whole Darkest Day section, it's like, what's up, man? Where was this going? What were you intending? And so even this moment where they're like, you're hanging out by this old professor's place, and then a star falls, and they're like, well, you need that star bracelet to be a Pokemon trainer. If that hadn't happened, you'd have been boned. And it's like, why? What are the rules here? Why are you doing this? Anyways, so I guess, is there anything else that is interesting or important for optimization kind of in this early part, like maybe pre-Slowpoke, right? Because this is pretty soon we're going to get into the stuff that I don't know, but this is kind of, how do we keep optimizing this early game?
With this early game, a lot of it is just about, as you mentioned, just setting up and making sure we don't run into shit like that. It's hard to really gain too much more time in this early segment where we're just using the Sobble. It's just hope you get a good one and hope that RNG rolls in your favor, because very soon we are going to be getting to the wild area, and we will see how my luck is going to be faring. Because another reason why I needed to set the time my switch clock at a specific time is because I needed the clock to switch over midnight before I get to the wild area, because the what seller, which is the currency that you get when you interact with a lot of the like the raids in this area, on day 1, like, because when you start the game, it is considered day 0. On day 1, the Watt Cellar will be next to the Motorstoke stairs and will have quick balls.
Yeah, the wild area is a really cool innovation. I apologize. I'm going to have a lot of opinions on the game as we go while we're kind of filling time here.
We've got a lot of time for opinions. So, like,
a lot of people out there, and it's interesting because, Scarlet and Violet is going to continue on in this kind of open world-ish zone, right? The wild area was really their first stab at being like, how do we make something non-linear? Folks, it's very broken. What's the thank God for?
Because we need to get some watts to actually buy the balls. We want to go to one of those dens which are lit up.
Oh yeah, we got one that's close.
We got the one that's close. There are 3 that are really good. There's the one that's really close here, and then there's the 2 that are really close to the Motorstoke stairs. But those ones, the fastest thing to do is to try and use a death warp, because yes, death warps are a thing in this game, against the Onyx, which is a pain in the ass because the Onyx sometimes does not want to cooperate. But by going for this close one here, there is a Manectric which is nearby which will always one-shot you. Well, not always. There's a very...
It's still very convenient. Yeah, I was going to say, talking about how this wild area is broken, it's very cool. It's a neat innovation that they made and pretty large for, I think, what they were going for. But there's so many things in it that you can do, namely, death warping, right? Is if you have no Pokemon available, it will warp you to where it thinks you are supposed to go. And so, something that we used to do back in the 80% was we would go catch a Pokemon here and then die, and then it would warp us right up to the stairs. And then similarly, when you had to loop back here, as you have to when you come fight Kabu and you kind of finish those first 3 gym leaders, you would walk out and death warp, and it would push you all the way to the next area, and you would skip having to cycle and potentially running into anythings, which is pretty neat. Also, GLP is talking about the watts, the kind of currency for Gmax raids. There's so many vendors here that sell different TMs or different Pokeballs and things that are interesting for us to do. And you can set your game clock and change that. I remember back in the day, we would set the time on the clock to create different weather. So that you were more likely of getting certain Pokemon to spawn, or that you would get, a non-Onyx. I forget what it was exactly, but there was like a faster Pokemon to die to that we could get to spawn during sunlight. And so you would come out that way, which also is very fun because you forget you do that. And then you try to play Animal Crossing and everything is ruined forever.
Oh, yeah. The clock on my Switch has been out of whack for years now.
I don't know what Nintendo thinks we're up to, but it's not normal.
Yeah. But essentially the time that we have it set to, when we go back to the wild area, there'll be a mod style that can bounce off really easily.
Yeah. Another innovation in this game is... that's going to be super useful for us is you can teach a Pokemon any move that they have learned or should have learned very easily. There's no like move relearner or like special currency or get something very late in the game. It's all available very early. And so this is usable where if you manage to catch one of these medium higher level Pokemon, or if you evolve something with a Firestone or whatever, you can go back and look at moves that it was meant to have. But also that means that when we do finish the DLC portion and you get that level 65 Combuskin or whatever it is, you're going to be able to give it a moveset that makes sense instead of whatever it has currently,
Yeah. There's only like a few instances where there will be Pokemon that still have moves yet to learn that are relevant for the run. Like, the most notable is X-Cloud, who is honestly very high up there.
You would not expect X-Cloud to be a hero, and yet they very much are.
Ringo, the Japanese runner, got a sub 4-hour time using X-Cloud. And yeah, it doesn't learn Boom Burst until 72, I believe. So even though you get it at level 65, you still have to do a little bit of experience routing to make sure that you do get it at a reasonable time. And that's one thing that I kind of brushed over. We were talking earlier about items maybe being useful. The rare candy that I got as soon as I spoke to Sonia the first time, that is just in case I get a Pokemon that needs to be evolved and I don't have all the time in the world to just use not that Pokemon. So yeah, the rare candy will be useful for that, just evolving things. There are some Pokemon that we can get, but we just won't evolve at all. Either because they're a trait evolution, it's a stone evolution, it's some kind of weird evolution that you can't really fulfill the details for. But very often, we should be able to evolve all the Pokemon we get. Also, thank you, Ursula. Alright. These will be the last few fights that we'll be doing with the Sobble. And we get introduced to one of my favorite antagonistic groups of the Pokemon universe. Team Yell.
Team Yell. Man, one thing that has not been said enough, and I kind of feel like it's almost a meme. It's a meme in speedrunning for me, where everyone is like, the game I'm playing has the best soundtrack. This is the best one. Sword and Shield is, dare I say, carried by its music. Like any of the silliest bits, any of the things that any of the things that I didn't love, especially, all wash away in the music, and especially how they do remixes and callbacks to, and Team Yell, Marnie's theme, Piers, everything, all is very incredible. And so, yeah, rare, I think, that they have a villainous team that has a theme that I really love. Though, shout out to Team Skull, shout out to your boy
Skull
Guzma, as my personal favorite, but Team Yell would be a close second.
Yeah. They're essentially just football hooligans. They're not really malicious, they're just annoying.
Yeah, they're mega fans. They're rude. And you know, they have their like little Y-shaped vuvuzelas. It's incredible. This is me when the football doesn't come home, I know.
Yeah. Thankfully, we didn't get paralyzed, because that Zigzagoon can use Lick and can potentially paralyze us, which just makes things annoying. Because we'll have these two fights, and then we'll have a double fight alongside Hop. And who knows how it's going to go. That's a bit of a crapshoot. But that is one thing about this game, and especially about the Pokemon that we'll end up wanting. It's very handy if they have good ways to deal with double fights, because there are quite a few enforced double fights throughout this. Not enough special attack to two-shot that. And going back just a little bit to the Pokemon that we caught in that Route 1, the reason why it's really nice to get the Wooloo is because if you get a level 5 or 6 Wooloo, that is an immediate level up on that catch, whereas anything below that doesn't give you a level up, and you're kind of just trudging through this part. That is like the only real big RNG thing that you really want to go in your favor, apart from getting through the wild area, I guess. Alright, so ideally, we attack the Zigzagoon, and so does Wooloo. I said, yeah, because the Zigzagoon will Snarl, which will drop our special attack and makes this fight a little bit more annoying. We should be fine as long as they attack. one of those kind of fights, huh? He's being a pacifist. Oh my god. Literally a single attack would have made this fight faster, but no. Alright, that's the last that we'll need to worry about Sobble's stats or anything. Thank you, Sobble, you've done your duty.
Just want to call out Rodrigo's use of the phrase goated and promoted. It's an incredible turn of phrase from the king himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, so after this Marnie fight comes one of the funnier moments in the run for me, by far. But I love that she's got her little hangry monster, honestly. There's a lot of cute stuff going on in general with this character. The same way that Team Yell is very, like, just kind of rowdy, annoying people. Marnie has this very chill quality to her that I think really works as a character. I'm a big fan. Like, she's out here to prove herself and she wants to win, but it's not, I don't know, it's not obnoxious like it is with some of her characters. She's very cool. We're Marnie fans here.
And Morpeko is the dark type, so of course I love it.
Oh yeah.
I am definitely a dark type Pokemon enjoyer. Actually, and as I mentioned, that dark type is actually a pretty good type for this run. Does pretty well. The only, I guess, semi-issue is that there's a decent amount of dark types that we have to go up against with Piers' gym. And if you don't have ways to deal with that, it can just be a little bit annoying. But it does allow you to specifically avoid some of Marnie's shenanigans, which I can get into later.
Alright, so
just there was just a skipped movie about where
we see all the
stadium, all the
again great character designs all, and we are in Swords, so we're going to be fighting Bee and Gordy. Really, no wrong way to go, and by no wrong way to go, I mean Alistair and Melanie are perfect.
Absolutely. But also,
you know, they're all good.
Melanie and Alistair have really annoying Pokemon to deal with speedrun-wise. There's a Mimikyu and an Ice-Q. Those two are annoying. And also, weirdly enough, in Alistair and Bee's gym, there is one extra Pokemon in Alistair's gym than there is in Bee's.
Oh, in the normal fights on the way up to it? Or
in the gym trainers.
Yeah.
The first gym trainer for the fighting gym, it is a Stuffle and a Beware. And then for the ghost gym, it is 2 Trance and a Pumpkaboo or something along those lines.
Ian, I gotta be honest, saying you don't know your favorites, there's so many that I feel like are tried and true Ian faves out of this group. B is basically Makoto. I mean, so here's my favorite, and I feel bad. I still have yet to play this DLC, but this is the coolest poison trainer that they've ever made. Beyond Roxy, the rock type, the rock star poison girl from Black and White too. She totally
such a brat. My gosh, she's such a brat.
I'm just saying, look at the fit though. Everything about her is like, I love poison types, and they can be cool, and they don't have to look like this. They don't just have to be like the biggest Wario man you've ever seen in your life.
Alright, so we have to catch the Slowpoke. If you try and defeat it with just battling, it'll be like, well, it's still there, you gotta catch it. But unfortunately, we will not be interacting with her outside of this cutscene because she goes to the Isle of Armor. We're going to the Crown Tundra.
Yeah, she is in a different castle, sadly.
Mm-hmm. And I have, on multiple occasions, been itching a little bit too much and accidentally gone to the Isle of Armor, which is a several-minute detour.
That's a time loss.
Yes, funnily enough, yes, it is a time
Safe
loss.
to say.
And coming up is the fight that I mentioned at the start of the run that we're allowed to lose, because my man's gonna have Pokemon of around level 70, something like that. Very, very high powered stuff. And my poor little Sobble is only level 12. I need to remember to actually take the Slowpoke out of. Alrighty. One of my favorite dads in the game.
Yeah, I believe he is also a former champion. I think they did that in both of them. They have my boy Mustard in the Isle of Armor. Is also a very cool character, and and Peony,
yeah. It also has really good music. Like Mustard also has really good music, but so does Peony. But we only get to hear it for just a little bit. And we're being used as a distraction, so his daughter can just do him. Oh, he was a gym leader. He was a one-time gym leader.
Yeah, just everyone out there, check out this washed up dad. Check out this awesome washed up dad. It's just absolutely cheesing.
And this is the part where we get to go find them at the Max Lair, where we get to do the Dynamax Adventure, because Peonia is the daughter who's kind of wanting to do her own thing. Meanwhile, Peonia is wanting to do father-daughter stuff. And she's like, no. I'd rather not. So yeah, we essentially go in after them to make sure everything is all well and good. And say hello to Mama. Yeah, all of these overworld spawns, well, some of them are deterministic, whereas in and around the grassy areas, those are the ones that are random. We see one of the two Sableyes that we'll see throughout this run. All right, Dynamax Adventures. So we'll have a choice of 3 Pokemon from the pool of rental Pokemon to which to use. I'll have 3 AI who will choose a Pokemon as well. Hopefully that I can find something good. And also another kind of skill about this category is being able to get out of the adventure quickly. Because there isn't just an option to be like, oh, let me just abandon this run. No, you have to... You have to have everyone wipe. The team has 4 lives, essentially. Let me just have a quick look. Barbarical. What do we have here? I can go for this. Either there's Barbarical or there's a Marsh Tomb, which is into a really good Swampert. I think I might go for the Swampert.
Sadly, no Mr. Rhyme.
I mean, it could go Mr. Rhyme.
I'm not trying to tank your run. You know, I feel like you should do what works here. I sadly, the poison type at the start was not any of my favorite spicy ones, so I won't get in your ear about that one for sure.
That's fine. I'm just doing things to slowly deal damage to my allies so I can, as mentioned, speeding up my exit from this place. The allies definitely do a good amount of damage on their own. I will not be catching this. I have done a Mr. Rhyme run, and it does okay until you get to Rose and you need to teach it Fire Punch. Yeah, Marshtomp is pretty good. It comes with a bit of a better moveset than what the Swampert itself will have. Where are you? Fine.
Yeah, so it's kind of, it's not worth super going over, but the rules for Dynamax raid fights is something where, like, GLP is kind of very easily maneuvering these turns and getting to a situation where it's not going to take too long to do literally all of this, but there are a lot of decisions you could make or things you could get wrong here that would make all of this, like, the sort of tutorialization of this go and take a lot longer and make it very annoying in a way that you do not want.
All right.
We'll take a Marsh Stomp. I think it, I don't know if you get to see if it's worth looking and seeing if there's even anything beyond it, because I think there's one more step between this and the Suicune.
Yes.
But I mean, it's a water type. We've been talking about how great the water types are.
It's also ground type.
A Malamar.
Malamar, you never run because Contrary is an ability that is just the complete antithesis to speedrunning.
Yes. It is not consistent. Or it is consistent in the way that it will potentially tank your run.
I guess I'm just waiting for the Suicune to take us out because the allies are kind of just blasting through everything. I guess in the meantime I can get ready to actually figure out what stats are looking like for it.
Yeah, everything that we're going to need for the path ahead.
Mm-hmm. One good thing about Dynamax Adventures Pokemon as well is that they will have, I think, at least 3 or 4 perfect IVs, which for speedrunning is so nice. Yes, you can sometimes get some real stinkers, but on average, you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, just knowing that the quality of the Pokemon that you have is that high matters so much.
Even if we do beat the Suicune, I'm still going to go run the Marshtomp. It's... I like a big old Swampert. Yeah. Sometimes this can happen where you just don't have a good lining up of Pokemon to try and get out of here. It has Sturdy. How could I have possibly known?
Aron and Lairon, they are just little guys. I love how Lairon kind of looks like a little caterpillar, sort of. And it's funny because I think so many of the middle forms of these kind of like big epic dudes, not that I think Aggron is like one of the pseudo legendaries or whatever they call them with like the 600 BST average, but they usually do something. It's like, oh, a Pupitar or like a middle stage, and Lairon is just like, I don't know, what if I grew a little metal beard almost? Like it's kind of like a big dog. It's very, very fun. Big fans of that. Yeah, and so I think, you know, immediately I would hope that y'all can see the appeal of a run like this. Obviously, we haven't gotten just yet to the steamrolling everything part. But even seeing like the Barbaracle or, you know, obviously the Malamar, which is like, oh, well, don't do that. But you can see these individual Pokemon choices and be like, oh, dang, like if I chose to run with any of these individually, that would like, you know, like that might open up new opportunities. Or, you know, like GLP is saying is, you know, you might have two that are pretty similar, but because they come at, you know, the really high IVs, you know, you end up going somewhere that you aren't used to. So there's, you know, the frustration of there's so much, I wouldn't even call it variance. I mean, it's variance, you know, run over run, but there's so much that you don't know because there's, you know, it would take a crazy person like someone who's running this to know. Oh,
plus attack, that's nice.
Oh, yeah, good. We're into that. It's mostly, I mean, as y'all would expect, it's attack stats and it's speed that I think you need most in a run like this. But if you're going to be slow, then you need defenses. You need to make sure that you're not going to get like a double hit or you know, kill on the crackback, because some of the late game bosses, I would say mostly Nessa too, but I'm curious who are the other ones that you think of the real killers in the end game that like you kind of have to start gearing your Pokemon towards even now when you're making this decision.
Give me 1 second.
Sorry, I couldn't watch the feed that you had, so I'm watching along with the minor delay.
That's okay. I'm just typing in the numbers. 194, 85, 690. Ooh. So our attack is pretty much maxed out, which is really nice. Our special attack, we have like nothing in, which is not great. Everything else is perfectly fine. So
how meaningful do you think that ends up being? Like, what percentage of our stats are actually going to be, or of our attacking moves are going to be using special on the Swampert run?
We're going to be using both Surf and Earthquake.
Yeah, okay. Because I was kind of hoping that Earthquake was going to carry you here, and wasn't really sure how important Surf is going to be. You know, we're going to have Stab, obviously, so you would hope that makes up for it. But all right. Well, we've got our Pokemon, and now for the best part. Were you told what's his name for so long now? Hop. It's like he's like, head outside and we'll have a little battle just to see how strong we've gotten. And you're like, cool. Hold on though, bud. Wait. And so we go and pick ourselves up a level like 60 plus Marsh Stomp. Yeah, 65 March Stomp. And then you're like, okay, now go. Now, do you find that it's useful to use rare candies early if something can evolve? Or do you just wait for the passive XP to build up? Or just would that take too long?
Usually better just to use the rare candy immediately. There's...
Sure.
I'm trying to think. Oh, don't need to give you ore. Yeah. First, we need to do a little bit of shopping. I think it's 21. And then we learn our moves, and I guess while we're here, we can also actually name the Pokemon to Tiny Chopper.
Tony Chopper? He does look a little like a chopper.
Oh, it's T and Y. T and Y. Oh. How are we going to do this? 1P or just leave it as Tiny Chopper?
You could go cut the E and make an R, chopper. That way.
Yeah, that works. All right, now let's remember the moves. We want Surf instead of Water Pledge. And we want Earthquake instead of Dig. And now we can get into the run. Yes, the Pokemon we get from the Dynamax Adventures come to us at level 65. Unless it is the legend at the end, which comes at level 70. Yes, this is the part where you kind of just blast through the game.
Yeah, Devin, when we were talking about all the cheating, this is the moment where Hop is like, wait for me, and you're like, cool, give me 30 minutes. And you run into the mountains, you go into a cave deep in a far-off continent, get yourself a massive Pokemon, and you're like, cool, bud, nice sheep. And so now this is where it's going to make sense why that 30 to 40 minute detour makes sense, because we are now speed boosting all the way until we get to basically Raihan and the kind of final tournament, where now things start to catch back up and be of a sort of level of difficulty that matters. And you got to make sure that you have a plan for handling that stuff.
I'm trying to think of what could be an issue. And I'm not coming up with anything. It's a swamp pet. Water and ground are some of the best types that you can run for this game for various reasons. Because there are only a handful of grass types throughout the entirety of this run. There's this first gym, which is Milo, but as you can see, we're kind of out leveling him. Hop does have a Trevenant later on. Oh, Zigzagoon's little gremlins that have too much sugar.
Yeah, we're also big fans of Leon X Raihan shipping.
Hell yeah.
That this game does explicitly.
And you can also throw Piers in there as well.
Oh yeah. Sleepy, sad Piers. Incredible character.
I love him so much.
Like, extremely suffering for my art bullshit, where he's like, I'm just never gonna learn how to Dynamax. I don't believe in it.
Yeah. He opts out of the whole Dynamax phenomenon. He's like, no, I'm good without it.
Oh, for some reason I thought you couldn't skip the previous person. I was like, what magic are you doing? And then I realized it's this one with the does this person have an Orbeetle? Am I making that up?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one with the Orbeetle.
The Doppler.
Doppler, yes, thank you.
As opposed with the fingers, yeah. Yeah, there are some Pokemon that, like, you don't necessarily need. Like, there are X defense that are literally right there, but I don't really need them because I'm not really at risk of getting blown out at any point, really. So I'm not too worried about grabbing them. And even if I am running a Pokemon that will need to worry about getting hit really hard, there are X defense later on, which are also on the path that can be grabbed. And that's one thing about this category is you kind of figure out how, well, where various items are to help for each take run. Like where certain TMs are that can be used. And the most notable ones being Brick Break and Stopping Tantrum, which are much later into the game. Because those are pretty good into Steel types. There's also an Ether right there, not going to be needed. And time for some Smooth Jazz.
Well, you've been a big fan of the sound in this tunnel.
Hmm.
In general,
there's
Leon is such
music.
a genuinely lovable character, but also punchable character in both design and writing. Love him. Also want to beat him up. I understand his feelings a lot is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Bede, oh man, what another character. And this is so, I feel like I'm definitely talking here, preaching to the choir here. Just another, I think, perfect character design in terms of, you know, I love that Hop, Bede, and Marnie are split. You know, there were so many people, so many short-sighted people, dare I say losers, when this game came out that were, you know, so wanting to hate on Hop for not being, you know, Gary Oak. And it's like, yeah, dog, if you played, I don't know, 30 minutes into the game, you meet this dude. Here's your guy. Here's your horrible character. And each of them have arcs and feel real as characters, which obviously is awesome. But I think they each kind of push you in a different way as well that I think is very cool, right? You have
They all have their own motivations.
Yeah, you've got Bede, who's very antagonistic. You have Hop, who is very kind of... I mean, there's a lot of deep emotion with Hop's arc and his feelings towards you. But for the most
he has
part...
a fucking crisis.
Yeah, but for the most part, he is a friend to you, right? And then you have Marnie, who is this sort of outsider rival that is kind of, you know, has no real relation to you other than kind of happenstance. But, you know, she is somebody in the world of this game. And so there's kind of this expectation of like, you know, that's sort of the level that the competition are at. And I think each of them, I don't know.
Also,
I think it's
shout
awesome.
out to Big Boy Milo.
Big Boy Milo. We love Milo. I think, you know, a lot of people lauded one of the... there's a lot of subtle innovations in how Pokemon presents its story. I think Milo is an awesome version of, like, a person that, you know, it's kind of a bummer that we never get to see his beefed up champion version, but kind of the introduction to the idea that being a first gym leader is a job. And so he trains Pokemon to be at that level, but he has Pokemon at kind of all levels to match to your skill and where you are currently at on your Pokemon adventure, which I think is a really cool idea. So, you know, you could imagine a backwards-ass world where you come here for your 8th badge and you're staring down Venusaurs and massive Pokemon instead.
I think in the Galarian Star Tournament, Milo has like a Ludicolo and like a Flapple.
Hell yeah, I love that he has a Flapple. And here's...
It's either a Flapple or an Appleton, yeah.
We talked about the Darkest Day stuff. Here's it again, one of these weird... It's like, there's Stonehenge here. They talk about an old tragedy or something. And then Rose... I'm going to call it out because Game Freak, y'all are wild for this. There just comes a moment where he vaguely gestures that it's because of or for the energy crisis. And it's like, there's a loose, super loose idea that it's like, okay, I guess Dynamaxing gives energy when you turn these things into weird mental projection Godzillas, because the whole lore on that is weird. but he just says a line. He goes on a television, screen in front of the whole world, as villains are wont to do, and he just says, "As a result, I've decided to bring about the darkest day." He just says it so nonchalantly and for no reason, and then you go stop his ass, and then it's just
cue
over.
the fucking Dark Souls music.
Right? It's so. Oh my god, I love the moment. I don't know if Devin they will likely be in bed long before. I know that they have played this game, but the Dark Souls music, the sadness in his boss fight, the way that they animate him in his little like pre-fight mode, so bizarre, so extra. I love it, but you make no sense. What is your whole deal? Super crazy.
Company. Never change. Yeah, we get to herd some Wooloo as a bit of a change.
Yeah, anyways, the darkest day won't be for like 2 hours. Now it's time for Wooloo herding. I think this is cute too. I have hopes. Obviously, some of y'all are big Poke fans, and so don't tell me. But I kind of have hopes that if Scarlet and Violet takes a more open-ended approach, they have something that's kind of, even if it doesn't take place at a big sports dome, because Sun and Moon kind of had shades of this too. Of like, what if gym challenges were a little less like, here's a literal puzzle and something that felt, I don't know, kind of thematically tied to the area that you were in or the person that you were fighting, that I think is really cool. Anyways, GLP is showing you some advanced sheep herding techniques here.
That first part was definitely not that.
It was a little weird, but I think, the fact that you recovered it, to me...
I had to recover from so many whack situations that I'm just like...
I know, it's so funny. Like, when you watch people who are good at speedrunning, like, I think the layman could tell that you probably messed something up, but you moved the exact distance you needed to recover it, instead of being like, oh god, oh geez. And I think that's awesome. Honestly, not only is the Rose Dark Souls music awesome, the fucking wolf music, man.
The Woo music.
Three Wolf Moon was my favorite. Back when I was speedrunning this, my favorite part of the whole run is just like knowing in that last hour that you're looking forward to that. What's her name? Oleana, another one of my favorite characters. That's just gets perfect characterization with her partner Pokemon being a Trubbish. And as someone who loves trashy poison Pokemon, and everyone always thinks I'm a weirdo for it, see, Oleana is representation. She makes money, she has a good job, and deep down, she's trash.
Alright, so this path right here is the fastest. It skips out a cycle, but it's also rather tough to get through that cleanly. So I'm very happy that I managed to do that.
Yeah, there's the expert herding you're talking about. Even loving the cute little animations of the sheep girl kind of swaying to the side. Much better than the previous games where when they had made the jump to 3D, but they still had spinners. And so they've just had people facing in cardinal directions and stepping around like a weirdo. Garbodor is, in fact, a based Pokemon design. You're absolutely right. What the fuck is this vibe? What immense regret do you have? I know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god. Anyways. It's funny too, knowing that like what you're doing is broadcast, because there's so many people on the other side of the door, right? Like there's so many people who are here, and just
like
knowing
whole goddamn stadium.
It's like, will she make it through the spinning teacups? Just the goofiness inherent to all of that.
Yeah.
Anyways,
good vibes.
Another just incredible moment of hanging out with Milo, the music. I'm gonna mute you so I can listen to the music. It's so good. Everything about the gym vibes are immaculate.
And when you do the refights for like the quote-unquote Elite Four, the remix on it is so good. Also, shout out to Eldegoss, who I grew a much greater appreciation for after playing a lot of Pokemon Unite on release. And that's like the only fight that could have potentially threatened me as a water ground type. With regular 80%, yeah, Milo can be a real rough go for water types. Yeah. Alright. One small optimization that isn't the most apparent, but from here, I can literally just... I did a little bit earlier, but I can just fly to the same town that I'm in, and it just gets me just that little bit of time save. I swear. No. There aren't too many glitches in this game, ones that we can really use. One of them, though, walking over that bridge that I just did, for some reason, the game, like, doesn't recognize where you are, so it thinks you're on the water, so it puts you on the bike. So you can get bike early, but all it does, it allows you to get to this fight early, and saves like 10 seconds, because you get the bike after this fight. It's one of those weird things where it's just like, it would be nice if we knew any way to make it consistent, but yeah. Turns out we're not. And there are 2 trainers that we can skip that otherwise were not made to be skipped. One of them is going to be much easier than the other. One of them, there's a very good chance that I won't skip because the glitch used to get past them, it's not an exact science. Also, say hello to my little friend, the only other safe play in this room. Goodbye, my friend. Yeah, Tim, we're just harassing this poor doctor who really needs sleep.
Yeah, very Faust-like. The surgeon design here is really ahead of its time. This is one of our hot battles. I think another thing too that maybe contributes to how some people felt about Hop is compared to a lot of the rivals, you do fight him a considerable amount of time. Which is like, there's a lot of people that you fight in games, but it does feel like it's quite a lot comparatively. And I can understand, if you're a person who hates themselves, how you might take that out on the sweet boy.
A lot of the fights are a little bit more, I guess, compacted when it comes to how far through the content you end up getting compared to how many fights you have for him.
Yeah. No, he's a good boy.
Yeah, and we would much rather be using not very effective moves than very effective, because he has a Hellsong and Dance. In a lot of the hot fights, he will have like an extra dialogue thingy if you either use a super effective move, or if you crit, or if they use, say, a fire move with their bunny. There's tons of ways in which you can just inadvertently just lose time against Hop. Exactly. It's incredible. God, Rose with the... I'm not sure how to describe the look, but... But yes, Oleana is...
Yeah,
it's good.
Oleana is incredible. Just a perfect design. And even Rose's goofy... I think one of the rare trainer cards you can get in the post game is this version of Rose, I think.
Quickly grab this for safety.
It's out of shape, Uncle Sheik on Rose, and it's hot. I won't apologize. No, you shouldn't have to.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot about Ball Guy.
Ball Guy. What an incredibly horrifying design choice. Like, it's not like the guy who hands out water at every gym that is cheering for a 10-year-old is necessarily much better. Though there are certainly times in the game's history where, you know, they have made that character wholesome. But Ball Guy just being like, hey, what's up? I'm the mascot. My name's Ball Guy. They won't let me out of here. It's just, I love him so much.
And now for the loudest of the gyms.
Oh,
the rushing water is so loud. Especially when we did the detouring of it. It is just unreasonably loud. But yeah.
Yeah. I have a lot of fond and terrifying memories of Ness's gym from our Arcanine days. The very early goofy ass route that we would always take was leveling an Arcanine and teaching them reversal and having to navigate. So much of the game was awesome if you had that Arcanine, but defeating Nessa in such a specific way with such a specific setup always felt really skillful, and yet also truly horrifying, and very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, it was incredibly stressful every single time. So coming back and doing this category was very cathartic. It's like, Nessa, you are not...
Yeah, now you can never lose a run to this Nessa. Now you can lose runs to other Nessas for sure.
I definitely have.
Her refight is a whole big deal.
And I definitely have. Turns out that the Barraskewda, who is pretty much the fastest Pokemon known to man, outside of, Regieleki, it has a decent amount of attack and also some pretty good coverage on it. That's an issue for later on. And it's not going to be an issue for Swampert. And I'm trying to think of the other grass types or grass type moves that I'll have to be encountering. It's Oleana has Serena, but I can Ice Punch it. And Rose has a Ferrothorn. I think that's about it. Yeah. I don't have too many threats in this run. And similarly, Electric is a pretty reasonable type to run this category with because there's actually not all that many ground types to be dealing with. Weirdly enough.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how Gordy... I mean, I know Gordy's a rock trainer, but I also know that there's so many rock/ground types over time that I think it feels like they try to avoid it somewhat in just being like, just load him up with all of those.
Yeah, so the Pokemon that Gordy will have will be a Barbaracle, which is Water Rock, a Shuckle, which is Bug Rock, Stone Johnny, which is just a rock, and then there's Colossal, which is Fire Rock. So no ground to be dealt with.
Yeah, that's interesting. And as much as I love Melanie and as much as I love Pokemon Shield, the fact remains that Ice-Q is much harder to deal with.
More awkward.
The Gigantamax Lapras is sometimes very, very difficult to deal with as well.
And Ice-Q is one of the reasons why for Shield it's much nicer to be using Special Attack because Ice Head only affects physical attack. So you then have to worry about all the shenanigans that Ice-Q can deal with, can throw at you. Not often an issue, but I have been frozen by it in the past, and been very worried. Yeah. As I was mentioning, the strategy was to use Burn Up early in the fight with the Arcanine to remove its fire typing, get yourself down to 6 health, specifically 6 or lower health, and then use Reversal on this to one-shot it. Yeah. It's a good time. That's 2 gyms down. In a sec, we do get to have another fight with Bede. This is the only other time when we do this where we fly to the same spot just to cut out a little bit of time. Every other similar situation, it is faster just to go on bike.
You get to go have lunch with Oleana and Rose, your divorced parents. Yeah, I can never understand their deal. I love it. There's, and I think that it's something where far be it from me to know exactly how they do their video games, but it really feels like there's some element of, would I say overreaction? Maybe not, but there's they spend a lot of time, in Sun and Moon saying we're gonna have a lot of cutscenes, we're gonna have a lot of story, And this one is very bare bones. And a lot of that works for me. Like, it feels like they focused more on fleshing out a world and a tournament circuit and a system that feels like it's like, oh, there's a lot of people who live here, right? Team Yell, again, like we were talking about, feels like sort of a real group of losers that exist in the real world, just sports fans. Where, you know, you compare that to whatever the fashion team from X and Y or any of these other losers that you're just kind of like, what's your whole deal? Like, what? Like, none of you are real.
What are we doing here?
Where did you? What hole did you crawl out of? Right? You're always like, I want things to be beautiful or whatever. And so I think it's just really cool the way that they, you know, even Rose, like, yeah, I don't understand his motivation, but just, I don't know, very, very, very cool stuff. We don't talk about X and Y, how it ends with the guy being like, it's been 300 years. It's his favorite little fairy type. Favorite little fairy type comes down from the sky. Unparalleled.
Yeah, he's a fucking giant. He's like huge. 3 times.
They call him something like the king of Pokemon. Something insane. Oh god. Sorry, I love it. I'll never apologize.
Remember when Pokemon games used to be good?
Remember when the writing was good? Yeah, I know. Oh my god.
Anyway, we just smacked Beta around a little bit.
This guy is large, and here's his ancient flower friend, and it's like, wasn't it like the pre-evolved form of the thing? I don't know. You know, this doesn't matter.
Flabebe.
Anyways, I'm ready. You know, I kind of wonder if the sorry, Jake's asleep. I think I can say whatever I want. The MILF and DILF duo from Scarlet and Violet that everyone was crazy about on the internet. I wonder how much of that was like, what if we made Rose and Oleana again, but like not tired and messy?
What if they didn't get divorced?
Yeah.
This is the first of the double fights that we'll be doing with this Pokemon. And thankfully, we've got some good moves to deal with double fights. Ideally, we want to be using Earthquake because on the second swing, Hop will have a Corvisquire out, and that will eliminate it. Sorry, Whirloon. Whenever I see a critical hit, I just internally just have a deep sigh every time. I'm just like, really? Really, game?
So you remember there was one fight in here. I mean, again, it's almost moot point, and I feel like an old person whenever I'm like, wasn't there something in this place that was scary? Like, either this double fight or the one right after or something.
It was the one before. It was the Carcol.
And it just does not end up mattering for so much of the game.
Because the Arcanine doesn't enjoy a rock. Mm-hmm. You can just get past. You can beat the cycle on that spinner if you just book it right from the get-go.
Devin is correct. Baby can't speak in stars, so when you write things out like that, there's no baby to hear. It's all safe.
Yes. Also, with Scarlet and Violet, I will be starting with Violet because of the color, and then I'll probably end up getting Scarlet as well for speedrun reasons. Because why not? Good night. Runa.
All right. Good night, Devin. Thank you for donating. And thank you for hanging out about our favorite Pokemon people.
And now we get to have our first fight with Marnie. With some of the best music in the game.
Yes.
She kind of goes sicko mode. He's like, alright, you want to fight? I also really love Marnie's team throughout it. But she has dark types and other dark adjacent, at least in vibes. Also, she has a Grinnell at the end, and I love that Pokemon. Also, with how much I've watched like VGC, like competitive Pokemon stuff over the past couple of years, I'm constantly reminded that, oh yeah, 2 Pokemon that have been incredibly prevalent in competitive came from this generation. Actually, several, like outside of like Regieleki. Indeedee, which you don't come across in the speedrun at all. Indeedee. And also Grimmsnarl. Like, they are really, really good Pokemon competitively. And I often forget that Indeedee came from this generation because I just don't see it throughout the run. Alright, now coming into this next gym. Another reason why we wanted to get a lot of the quick balls that we got is that this gym works on a point system when it comes to wild Pokemon in it. You get 1 point for defeating the Pokemon and 2 points for catching it, and we need to get to 5 points. What we do is we will catch. I think we're grabbing Sizzlepedes. Or Litwicks. Either or. But we'll catch one Pokemon and then go hit the Vulpix, and then we'll go catch it again. Catch the other one again. Actually, I think we want Litwicks because they are less likely to evolve. And later on, for Gyms 7 and 8, we have to have at least 1 extra Pokemon in our party because there are enforced double fights, and the game just will not allow you to enter the gym if you only have a single Pokemon. And so, one thing that is often done for a lot of the Pokemon for this category is we'll catch a Pokemon later on so that it will level up much less, and also there's some of them that have rather specific use cases when it comes to the double fights, which are quite nice. Instead of taking one of these early ones that we have caught already. And I think what we'll want to be using is just having the Litwicks with us. Let me. That is. I was reading a menu thing and. Yeah. Just making sure of something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always felt like one of the challenges was maybe on the weaker side, as just being like, I get it, you're kind of just moving. I don't know. You're. How would you say it? I don't know. Just kind of an odd vibe of like you got to prove that you're great at catching stuff.
Also, shout out to Kabu. I love Kabu.
Kabu's a great character. I think definitely one of my favorites in this generation for certain. Still just comes off slightly weird to me.
Yeah.
That this is how they handle his gym.
I just remember when we were doing any percentage, it's like, all right, we just quick attack everything. Or extreme speed, sorry. Because we can't use fire, because pretty much everything in this gym has fire.
Oh yeah, I mean that's another thing. Again, you know, you're level 65, so much of this is trivial, but would still be great even if you weren't, you know.
And like, even though we are like so severely out leveling a lot of these Pokemon, Dynamax gives so much health that the Center Scorch that comes up can be an issue for some Pokemon if you're not using super effective moves. Like, one Pokemon that turned out this fight was really awkward because none of the moves were even neutral effective. Phalanx. Love the Pokemon. Has a shit time versus Center Scorch.
yeah, bug typing is that one that'll get you. It'll sneak up on you. You won't even think that much about it.
Turns out Bug Fire resists Steel, Bug, and Fighting. So that was a rather awkward fight. Yeah. And that's another thing about this category is that some, especially when it comes to like running splits and all that kind of stuff, it is very weird because not every Pokemon is going to be good at the same gyms. So instead of like comparing it against my personal best, what I would usually do is compare against the average of my splits. Because sometimes you're going to be doing better on this fight, but is going to struggle elsewhere. And like, there's some fights that you have to do setup on where some Pokemon don't. Like Nessa later on. Some Pokemon do not need to set up whatsoever because they can just spam discharge and will destroy everything. Whereas this, I may need to set up. And so not all split times are going to be... it's hard to compare a lot of the splits between different Pokemon. It just makes things very weird when it comes to the timing of this category.
Yeah.
Alright, and now that we've done our first 3 gyms, we're going to be going back out to the wild area and doing another big death walk to go all the way to Hammerlock. Exactly. Just run headfirst into a horse, and you wake up in Hammerlock. So we have to go all the way over there, but instead, what I am going to do after Beard and Hop go off and do their thing, Let me put everything around. Sobble, I am calling upon you once more. And there's a Mudstale. Right, so one thing that's a little bit awkward about that particular menu, it is very easy to accidentally go to Motorstoke again, and at that point, the Mudstale is no longer there, and you have to find something else to run headfirst into, which can get really awkward. Let me tell you, from personal experience, not fun. Right, now we go into it. Cutscene about the power supply. Like, it's been a while since I've actually paid attention to like what characters are actually saying in this game.
Yeah, there's like Bede is like being sponsored and was like an orphan. There's just so many things that are like, I guess so. That's sure a plot point.
Also, this is one of the longest black screens. While it waits for Rose he waits for his footsteps to go out of frame or something. I don't know, but yeah, this is the energy plant and also the gym. The mountain. That's what Crown Tundra is for. There's a mountain in the tundra, which is really cool. But yes, in the base game it would have been nice. But then again, does England have mountains?
Well, I mean, England isn't real, so there's no point in speculating.
True. That's true.
Yeah, no one's ever been to that island.
Mm. Alright. We meet with Raihan. I love this boy, how he's just always has his phone out. One of my favorite animations is when Ryan does his Dynamaxing. He just takes a selfie first.
Oh yeah, I just oozing with style, great character design, yeah. Perfect lad, big idiot. What's not to love?
Get a little bit of backstory about the Darkest Day and how there's going to be a hero with a sword and a hero with a shield. Question mark. So I actually specifically use the bike boosts so that by the time I get to this point, I will have one stored up so I can attempt a skip. It is called the Anita skip. and that is because it skips the trainer whose name is Anita. How does it work? Yeah, don't know.
Yeah, this is the ultimate in like, no one knows how this shit works. It just does.
The theory that I've thought of when it comes to this skip is when you kind of approach her when you kind of bonk into her from the side, she will turn to look in your direction. And in that moment of turning, you can boost right through her line of sight. And like while she's turning, she doesn't like have like a hit detection on her vision. That's the theory.
We've also got the infamous Norcho coming up.
Yes, we do. Another one of the fights which pain in the ass in 80%, very cathartic to do in this category. Now, funnily enough, earlier this week, when I was doing, I was doing some practice runs, I was having absolutely god-awful run. I was behind like several minutes, but I got the Anita skip. And then I was like, God damn it, why does it have to be in a run like this? Sometimes it just decides to do its own thing, I guess. Also, this little sleepy snake. Little silly cobra.
I was like the ground snake. That was a cool visual.
And we get over. No. Let's see if we can get it. Alley-oop. Nope. See, it's just like I will always just like boost immediately, try and bounce off, like glide off her from the wall onto her, and then try and boost past. If it doesn't work, This is like the only category where you will actually try to do this skip, because in regular 80%, you kind of want the experience from these Pokemon because it's fairly meticulously routed. Like, you have this amount of experience and you should be hitting this level by this time. But in this category, that doesn't really matter for the most part. So you don't really care about missing one trainer. So I'm happy to just try and let skip whenever. And just another of war stories from when we were doing 80%. This route was a real pain. Not only because of this artist right here, but also because going through that grass, there are dog trios, which have arena trap.
Yeah, it's which cascade. One bad thing turns into another.
Yes.
Anyways, here's the Norcho. You know what I mean if you know who we're talking about. And Artist Duncan has ended a number of my runs, a great percentage of them. You're gonna think of it that way. Neutralizing gas is not a small part of why, but in general, I mean, this person just has Pokemon that are designed to kind of stop almost everything that you're doing. Right? You have the neutralizing gas. You have, and then you have Sturdy here, and
thankfully this is the only case. No, it just hits with Rock Slide.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's the only case of Sturdy throughout this run.
Yeah, which, you know, always a super annoying thing to behold when you have to deal with Sturdy. Just takes a lot of extra time.
But that was one thing when Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl came out, and I was playing through that, I was in the back of my mind thinking, do I want to speedrun this? And then I remembered how many things have sturdy in that game. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Just no. Not doing that. Not doing that shit. Ah, Cramorant. What a delightfully odd Pokemon.
Beautiful little idiot.
Real fun in Pokemon Unite. And this is what happens. He's like, oh, super effective, huh?
This is one of those ones too that like I feel like I can't hate on Hop for. If you saw that weird fucking bird, how would you not catch it?
Yeah.
Just so you know something about it is so
and
off
this little child
and so weird that you're like, I have to take it away from here.
Yeah. And there's also the little baby Toxel. I'm sad that he didn't hold on to it to make Toxtricity. I love that Pokemon. It was actually really good for this run.
Yeah, I saw you did one of those.
Turns out Boom Burst is one hell of a move. Got the Toxel instead of the Pink Urchin. Alright, now we are getting into the fighting gym, or if it was Shield, the Ghost. We get to ride the teacups. This would have been funny to be like in the stadium watching on the big screen. Just like, are they gonna get through the teacups this time? No, they definitely needed to hold on to Double. Just maybe not Snorlax. Just have the ground move on the double, and then we would have been fine. Double is a friend. And one thing that is like a little bit weird between the two versions is that the teacups in Sword are much, I guess, looser. The ones in Shield feel quite come on. The ones in Shield feel much more sluggish compared to the ones in Sword. You just have to spin the thumbstick.
This is also part of me wonders, like, did they come up with the ideas before the gyms? Because I think when you're thinking like, oh, what would be a fun mini game to do before a gym? I think like, oh yeah, this is as good a one as any. I think it's a cute one. You are either putting it before a hard-ass karate girl or a dead boy. Like, neither of those feel like they are the fucking around types. And so it doesn't make as much sense when that occurs.
Mm. Don't get eliminated. Yeah, the difference between the two gyms, other than the trainers, is just the theming. Instead of boxing gloves, it's like ghoulish hands.
It definitely works way better for the Ice Town because, between Gordy and his mom kind of sharing ice and rock, both in their Pokemon and in the puzzle that's done, I think that's where it's executed the best.
I think it's really well done. Although, I am glad I'm doing sword because in shield, the third stage of that puzzle, it's a flashbang. It's so bright. Turns out just blinding snow is, blinding. Whereas a sandstorm, it's just a lot of brown. There is a little sip that actually loses time where you can avoid the last of those punches and you can just like drift on through to the end. It's funny to get, but as I said, it loses time because you're not getting punched all the way to the end. This Hitmonchan will always use a priority move, regardless of what you're using. And every now and then I forget that we've named the Swampert.
That's him, dude, the chopper.
Yeah. One thing to note, a sound that is rather specific to B is her footsteps. Because she isn't wearing shoes, whereas everyone else is, her footsteps sound different.
Okay. I think I need to take medicine and watch from bed. Because I forgot that I'm not feeling good. I was like, man, I was just riding the high of hitting all those Urian combos like most of the first try. And then, yeah, I'm now back to my eyes are watering and I have to mute to sneeze. So I'm going to dip and I'm going to watch from chat. I'm going to give some stuff.
Sounds good.
Because at this point, yeah, of course. Thank you for letting me contribute. I think at this point, we're also in that kind of lull for maybe the next, I would say 45 minutes, and then we are truly at it's like right after Piers happens and that little gauntlet happens that we're back in full in-game swing and stuff is going to get really dangerous.
Yeah, stuff actually starts to matter.
Yeah, everyone else is caught up to you. All right, well, cool. Good luck on the rest of it, and I'll talk to you later.
That's one thing, I guess, it kind of evens out between B and Alistar, is that Alistar does have a Mimikyu, which you have to hit twice, and also an extra trainer, or an extra Pokemon on the trainers. The Farfetch and the Surfetch can just use Detect a bunch of times for no discernible reason, which I guess on average can even out. Just noticed the one's name. Yeah, that was a donation. I think we will have to set up against Opal because it is damn near impossible to yeah, damn near impossible to actually beat her without setting up. There's only a select handful, I would say, of Pokemon that can actually do so. Now we have Speed kind of destroying Stroker landmark. Because why not? So we'll beat him up again. I think this is the 3rd time. Yeah, we fight him like 4 times throughout the run. There's no one thought to look into this before. You would be surprised how many historical things have been just accidentally discovered, just being buried under stuff. Or behind stuff. There's just so often things just are just hidden, and people are just like, we didn't think to look behind this or below this. Yeah. It's just a thing that happens realistically, is that you would just be excavating somewhere and it's like, oh, I guess there's this entire fresco that's on that we didn't know existed, and it turns out this is from, say, 300 BC or whatever. I get some more lore, and then we get to dash our way through to the next gym, which is going to be the fairy gym, where we get to do just answer questions. Because essentially Opal is trying to find a fitting replacement for her, because she has said herself, she's getting old, is wanting to pass the torch, so to speak. And she's just looking at all of the challenges and was like, maybe you'll be a good fit for this gym. Alright. One thing that you'll probably notice here is that there's a double fight right there, but we go straight past it because the game recognizes that you only have one Pokemon and doesn't force you into those double fights. There was one that we dodged earlier, and there's another one later on. I'm not sure if there's 2. I know there's at least one later on, but yeah. You can avoid double fights outside of gyms by just not having a second Pokemon. It is kind of nice. Let's just take that very quick path. Yeah, we're still at that point where I can just spam a move and kind of get through a lot of Pokemon. One thing about this category that, in terms of just like notes and guides, I guess, for it, because with a lot of RPG runs, not just Pokemon, there will be like a list of notes, like, all right, how am I dealing with this fight? What's the route that I'm taking? For this category, it's a little bit different. We do have it's essentially a Google Doc that has essentially made a tier list of all of the Pokemon that can be found, so like all 230. And attached to a lot of these Pokemon are like routes made specifically for that Pokemon. Not all of them are made because no one's run every single one of the Pokemon, and there's too many of them to bother doing all of them. And I'm sure a lot of people aren't going to bother like trying routing Eldegoss, because it's not going to be a contender for like anything really. It's going to be a bit of a rough one. This is one of the Pokemon that does have rather extensive notes, so I've just been following a lot of those for this. And usually, as soon as I get the Pokemon and I find out its stats, and if it does have a route, I will essentially spend the next hour and a half just looking through the entire document. Just like, all right, so where are the points where I'm going to have to need to be using various X items, excuse me, and which are the fights that have potential ranges I have to worry about and stuff like that. If there isn't a route, I'm just like, okay, I spend that time just running through the entire route. The entire game in my head is like, all right, this Pokemon can deal with this. All right, next, can it deal with, say, Gordy? All right, sure, cool. All right, how about the Pokemon after Gordy? How about going through that route? How about the Marnie fight? How about Pierce's Gym? And then just taking it step by step. It's like, all right, it can deal with all of these various Pokemon. And that's just essentially how a lot of this category goes. It's just a unique routing challenge for every Pokemon that's there. So you can essentially have over 230 different routes, because that's how many Pokemon there are. But yeah, I find it very interesting to kind of just go into it, just wing it for the most part. But it's also very handy when I do end up getting like a really good Pokemon that there is a route there, rather detailed route that does list ranges at specific stat points, stuff like that. And I did say that my speed is around, what was it? It was around 110, around that. Ideally, by the time we get to the late game, we get to around 130, because there's a bunch of stuff later on which is going to be annoying. There is also another tab on this document that lists like a lot of the usual, I say usual, the Pokemon that I will encounter that have a speed of 100 or higher. Which often you're going to be faster than the vast majority of them. But then you run Pokemon like this, which have a lower base speed, where you have to be a little bit more specific about how you are going to be either getting X speeds to deal with it, or whether or not I'm going to have to buy more Carbos later on. I think this might be a situation where I guess I just buy a whole bunch of Carbos. Alright, so Intimidate. This is one thing about Opal, is that her team is rather uniquely designed to make it tough to just sweep through her. Next attack. Punch down. Because the Alchemy has it is very bulky when it comes to special defense, and it also has a Pokemon with Intimidate. So either way you go, you are going to have to deal you're gonna have to do a fair bit of punching through. And the benefit to actually sweeping without any setup is that you avoid this second quiz question from her, which actually is one of the really nice time saves, which you don't often get to have. Doesn't really matter. I will be buying a bunch of XPs because of a rather limited speed stat. Let me just do it. I was about to do my splits. I was like, I don't need to. Yeah, Swarmboat has a base speed of 60, which is kind of at that cusp of just being runnable. It's like even at 60 base, like even though I have neutral nature 31 IVs in speed, because it's only a 60 base, I am going to be slower than a bunch of stuff later on, which I would much prefer not being slower than. Save time here, you mash B instead of A because you do not want to say yes to this. You want to make your own way back to Hammerlock. We'll be going in here. Grab. Guys. And now we get this interesting scene where Opal finds the right person. Now we get to one of the other weird team compositions that Pop experiments with. Let's fight 6. And there's one thing about the story of this game that I guess I appreciate a bit is that, like, especially with scenes like this where it's like, yes, there's this thing going on, but you don't have to be dealing with it because you are a child. Just do the thing that you're here to do. You're here to do the gym leader challenge and all that kind of stuff. You're not a superhero. Let the adults handle it. Why did I get up the way? At least until the point where we have to beat the superhero and we have to step in and handle it. Earthquake is a really good perk, and it allows me to blast through the vast majority of things. Unfortunately, I will be using some super effective hits. It's the Bernie. Alright, that is quite. Number 6 down. Now for one of the most annoying routes in the game, Route 8. Yeah, mostly because of one particular Pokemon. Good. Trying to get through this route without running into extra encounters can be really annoying. Because the hitbox on them is kind of wild. Alright, let me... Yeah, these dudes with, you know, with Gyarados. Over there, that's annoying. Now, I was mentioning earlier that a lot of the time, with a lot of the Pokemon in this category, you'll want to be catching a Pokemon in this route, because some of the Pokemon here are really good for it. Won't be doing that, because I'll just be grabbing the Litwicks, because I will ideally just be blasting through my allies, so they're not going to be getting as much experience, because I'll just be kind of knocking them out. We have here the rock. Let's see if I can drag him over here, draw that aggro a bit. Grab hyper potions. No, what's the hitbox on that? Well, I get to see a sand under, I guess. It's a Togedemaru. Usually, an incredibly good option to be picking up from this route, because it is very low spawn chance and is also really useful for a lot of situations where the Pokemon you're running doesn't have the best of damage to dual targets, and you can just deal with the Pelipper in the first doubles fight in Ryan's gym. Because Zing Zap from a Togedemaru gets through it just fine. But we're not been needing that. We will be getting into gym number 6. This gym does have an unintended skip of a trainer. Hopefully I can get it without too many issues. It is way more of a consistent one than the Need to Skip, which has no consistency whatsoever and is very rarely, if ever, attempted or even succeeded. The skip on this trainer, much more consistent, way easy to do, and is pretty much routed into everything at this point. And the way it will work is... Let me get there. I have a secret. Thank you for the game. Well, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here and enjoying video game. Alright, so the skip on this trainer is... There are a whole bunch of pitfalls throughout this gym, and I have to use this dowsing rod thing to find out where they are. But what I can do is, if I can put my foot on this platform, like so, and then fall into... It thinks I'm already on that platform, so it puts me ahead of them. Funnily enough, that skip is easier to do on sword than it is on shield, because in sword, that training is like a handful of pixels higher. Alright, gets past that. But in saying that, for some reason, I have a harder time doing it on sword than I do on shield, even though it should be the other way around. Yeah, just navigating these. There are guides, like maps and guides, to help get through this. For those who feel they might require them, but kind of enough where I was like, I'm fine with that. And because it's a rock type gym leader, I can just spam surf on everything. And have a fine time. Yeah, and a lot of these fights where I pretty damn safe in just holding down the buttons and just mashing through. I use this to just look at the upcoming fights in the round. It's like, alright, so how am I dealing with, say, Marnie coming up? Especially because the light pod that she has as the opener has the move Torment, and also has Prankster, so it will use Torment at a priority speed. And what Torment does is, it means that if they use Torment, I can't use the same move twice in a row. So I have to be I have to be switching around the moves that I'm using. The reason why I mentioned Dark types earlier, pretty nice, is that Dark types cannot be the target of things that are priority boosted thanks to Prankster. It just doesn't affect the Dark types. So Dark types just completely ignore Marnie's Torment shenanigans. But it does mean that move usage becomes rather specific against Marnie. And there goes Colossal. when like during the first, I guess, year of speedrunning this, when we get out, the usual thing would be to do what I was doing early in the run, and that is just flying to the same place. But as patches went on and they kept on updating the game, in one of the patches, they increased some of the lag when it came to opening and closing menus and stuff like that. So it ended up just becoming faster just to bike from the stadium here. Alright, and now Hop has gone through his existential crisis and has actually landed on a team. Finally. This is also one of the more kind of awkward parts of the run, whereas a lot of this game... Oh, sorry. A lot of this game gives you rather... quite a lot of just free heals at you. It's like you're going somewhere, you talk to someone, they heal your party. You go into a gym, it heals your party. You get out of a gym, it heals your party. Very often, you're not going to need to go to a center to heal, or just use healing items in general. However, this part here where we go, like the heal that we got from Sonya just before this fight, the next one we get is after Piers. So we have to do this fight, which is in the hail, so we're taking residual damage. We have another Yell fight in the hail. There's the Marnie fight, which isn't in hail, but there's still the chance of taking damage because they have like Sucker Punch. They can take damage in various ways. And then you have the whole of the Dark type gym. So there are some Pokemon that can have a bit of an awkward time getting through this segment because you don't have enough move, you don't have enough PP, so you have to really be a little bit more specific about what moves you're using and how, because you may not have enough by the time you get to Piers and stuff like that. And also having to heal at various points. Thankfully, it does not look like it's going to be an issue for me. Because Swampert is kinda good. So every time I get to this part, I see other Pokemon speedrunners watch me go down the left side, go past that lady on the left, and just get a little bit stressed out because they would always go on the right, and well, some people will go to the left and she'll turn and see them and stuff like that. That has never happened to me. I have always just been able to get past on the left side. But some people get a little bit, a little bit nervous when I go on the left side. But it's been fun, man. Another one of those routes which can be a little bit annoying for trying to get through without running into a whole bunch of extra Pokemon. Just because you have things like that little Mantike that will try and crash tackle me out of the air. Okay, we're cool for the timing. They definitely give it a rest. Alright, so usually right here, before talking to Marnie, we'll grab the hidden items that are literally where she's standing right there. Because those are some guard specs which we will be needing for later on. But because I was already going to be buying X speeds, I bought the guard specs as well, so I don't have to do that. I can just go straight here. So I still have left. Wait, and there's a Sucker Punch. It's very hard to not use either super effective or not very effective with this specific lineup of moves. Alright, that was a good fight. Not getting tormented makes it... Even though it would have been fine regardless, because of the moves I ended up using, torment would not have been an issue, but it's just like one of those things I'm like, at least I don't have to worry about it. And now, because I'm getting into the doubles, or the gym that requires Pokemon, I shall be doing this. And let's have to run a bit of a gauntlet. Also, we're closing in on my favorite music in the game, and that is the PS5, because it gets a unique gym leader theme compared to the rest. There's a lot of surfing. We're just going to surf through the majority of this. I'm not too about the amount of damage I'm taking, because essentially during the double fight I won't I can just heal up with a second move, because I'm going to be using Earthquake. Why did I grab both? Because I'll be needing both of them for the next gym, because regardless of what move I'm hitting, I'll be smacking out my allies, so doing so will reduce the amount of time that I have to be using to revive. Hang on, speaking of which, let me check something. Alright, I just realized a little optimization I can do in the next gym. And I can talk about it when I get there. This gym is fairly straightforward. It's just punch your way through a bunch of yell, and you'll be fine. Another reason why we wanted the Litwicks rather than the Sizzlipede out of Kabu's gym is that Litwick doesn't evolve until much later. Sizzlipede would have already wanted to evolve. Yeah, trying to find opportunities to do other things in the double fight that can help out later on, it's really handy. Like, I don't need to be a lot of the time in double fights you want to use your partner Pokemon to use an X item, but I can use this opportunity to heal up instead, because Earthquake is just going to take care of things real easily. Similarly, like in the double battles in the next gym, the second one I won't need to be using an X item, so I'll use that time to revive the other Litwick, so I don't have to try and revive between battles. Alright, now we get the Piers. It's also a bit of a odd moment. It's a bit of an odd scene, this one. We've been talking about odd moments, odd decisions and stuff like that throughout this game. This is definitely one of them. I love the boy, but it's odd. But yeah, we've got the good music. Some of the best music coming up. Alright, so the way this fight usually goes for a lot of Pokemon is that you will always want to use an X item. Even if you have something like Sword Stance or Nasty Plot, you still want to be using the X item, because the Scrafty the vast majority of the time, we'll want to be using Fake Out. And that flinches, so you can't do anything with it. I'm going to Surf, everything, and then just Earthquake on the stun tank. The Obstagoon has a decent amount of physical bulk, so doing special damage against it is usually the better option. It's Malamon. I love Obstagoon. What a design. And there's Obstruct, essentially a Protect. And thankfully, I have enough surfs to handle at least one Obstruct. There's a crit, thank you very much. I did not need that, but I'll take it regardless. And as we were mentioning earlier, Piers does not use Dynamax, so it's pretty straightforward to just smack a Skun Tank. It doesn't have the massive health bulk that a Dynamax Pokemon has, so you can just kind of smack through it. It's pretty straightforward. Does this hurt the Pokemon? No. Earthquake isn't a contact move. It really needed more things in its favor, didn't it? Because the Stunky and the Skuntank have an ability called Aftermath, and if you make contact with it when you defeat it, you take a lot of damage for it. But if you take it out without using a contact move, i.e. most special moves and a handful of physical, you're fine from it. Again, we have Leon assuring us that, don't worry, the Gramps have all of this handled, you just keep doing your gym challenge. It's all good, everything's taken care of. Like this, you've got one more gym to go, just take care of that, and then see what's happening. Yeah. I love the whole. Trust us, we're grown-ups, we can take care of this. You just do your stuff. Do your thing. And now we get into the double fight gym. It's all about doubles fights, which is why we have the extra Pokemon. And one thing about this is that, so there's the 3 fights. If you only have a single Pokemon still standing when you try and go into the second or the third fight, they'll say, you got to come at us with at least 2 Pokemon. If you get through, by the time you get through the third fight, you only have 1 Pokemon standing and you go into like the tunnel to get into stadium to fight, right? It will give you a full heal only if all your other Pokemon's down. So a lot of the, I guess, maneuvering is around trying to knock out your Pokemon as efficiently as possible so you can go in with full everything, ready to go. That is going to be play. And because we only have Surf and Earthquake, which also hit my allies, I have to kind of do all this maneuvering, whereas some Pokemon that have, say, Rock Slide or Dazzling Gleam, or Heat Wave, Swift, things like that, you don't have to worry about hitting your allies. Hyper Voice is also a good one for that. Alright, so Earthquake is able to take care of both these Pokemon without having to set up, so I'm going to use a Litwick's turn to use a revive on the other Litwick, so I don't have to... Where are they? So I don't have to revive in between the fight. Optimal. I guess another thing to note is that another thing that makes Ground, and specifically Earthquake, really good in this game and this run. Not the most amount of flyers and or levitators. So Earthquake hits most things. That's not to say that there isn't stuff to worry about in that regard, but it's a lot less. What do your other moves, like other than the Earthquake, actually handle? Handle the things that your Earthquake can't. And which, in this case, yeah, it does. Alright, so that's the 3 fights done. And this is the last fight that I'll have to have an extra Pokemon out. Because after this, the only doubles fights is with Hulk, so I don't have to worry about that then. So this fight should only take 2 turns. Because he has 4 Pokemon, and it's doubles battles. Surf with the next special attack should deal with the Flygon and the Gigalith, and then the Sandaconda and the Duraludon should come out, and I should be able to use an Earthquake in the next attack. That's the theory. Yep. This Gigalith does not stand. Remember I was saying earlier that there is only like one instance of sturdy? So nice. Not having to worry about. Look, Tiny Chopper is already in the battle. Let me bring another one. Yep. One thing that I'm doing, like, I didn't really mention this at all, but when it comes to the menuing, there's a thing that you can do in specifically the Switch Pokemon games. It's simply called double inputs, where you use both the D-pad and the stick, and you kind of just do like the same input a frame or two apart, or like however apart you want it to be, to really quickly get through menus, which is how I've been going through a lot of the menus and how things have been able to move by so fast. Instead of just like mashing the one button to try and go down a couple of moves, I just go down on the D-pad, down on the stick, and it's immediately there. And just do that at about the same time. Also, that was an incredibly fast gym. Very few Pokemon get to do things just that well. Now I will want to be putting the Litwicks back in the box. But we wait for this because you essentially, like, one thing about a lot of Pokemon speedrunning, and I guess RPG speedrunning in general, is that if you want to be consolidating all of your time in the menus to avoid having to open and close menus more than you need to. So because I'm already going to be going into the menu to be flying to the other side of Hammerlock, I use this time to also put these away and fly. Grab just a couple full restores. I don't need many because I'm not too worried about, you know, anything. But just as a precaution, I'm also not investing too much into them, so I can also buy a whole bunch of vitamins later on. Past here, past you. Dodge the dancing clowns. At this point, you have a choice between one of two trainers, one of these two Pokemon. This one has a Pelipper and Noctowl. The other one has a Flygon and a Corviknight. So, again, it's one of the situations where just pick whatever the Pokemon you're running has a better time against. A decent chunk of them will prefer to be going up against this Pelipper and Noctowl. But either way, you're dealing with two Pokemon that are in the air. And I can just surf through this entire route. Schneasel. Alright, this Hiker has ended many a run for me. Some Pokemon just do not like dealing with the Gigalith. Also, this next gentleman has probably one of my favorite teams of all, like, just the random trainers. Like, the vibes on this team just are brilliant. We get the Manitan, there's Phalanx, and there's also Graplock. That's just a good bunch of pals. Check what my speed is at on this level up. I'm not too worried about the damage. It's the speed, because there's some of the Pokemon that makes things a little bit more awkward later on. 119. Marnie's Life Head is going to be faster than me. And as you saw there, just getting past that doubles trainer, because I didn't have an extra Pokemon. Also, coming down this hill, there's a little path off to the right that has the TM Stomping Tantrum, which is really useful for a lot of Pokemon. Essentially for Pokemon that want a ground move but can't get Earthquake. Alright, I'll use an extra turn just to set up an XP, just so I'm faster than... Oh wait, not for this. I'm thinking of fight ahead, never mind. New moon. Right, it's just using an extra attack and then alternating Earthquake, Waterfall. And then you did use Torment. Hello, Koi. Welcome on in. That's a crit. Oh my god, we're getting so many crits over the past. However. Yeah. An old tiny chopper. Let's send out that. Scrafty. I'm not sure if this killed. Yeah. But Actually, I can't use Earthquake here because I need to be using Earthquake against Grim, and I can't use Water, so I'm gonna have to Ice Punch. But thank you for the swagger. Ice Punch coming in handy. Yeah, because the Torment was on, I had to be alternating my moves around, but the order in which they sent out their Pokemon was way less than ideal. I should be rid of the confusion. Yeah, we're good. Gotta love Grimmsnarl. What a great Pokemon. Alright, and that is the last of the Marnie fights. And coming up now, we'll be having the last of the Hop fights. Usually, I'm gonna look at one of the later fights, especially the Onlyan fight. Would like to be Alright, now what I'm going to be doing is X attack. And the X speed. Now we just waterfall everything. Yeah. It's just good vibes. All the music, really. Bum. And after this, we get to do the segment that can be some of the most awkward for a lot of Pokemon, because that's where a lot of the Steel types come in. It's the Macrocosmo stuff, where you're wanting to catch up to whatever Leon is doing, and Leon is just like, no, we're gonna just get in your way arbitrarily. Get to all that. I think I will dump a whole bunch of money into Carvers, because if I can end up faster than Oleana's Pokemon, and also faster than Base Hole Lucia, things are gonna be pretty good. How fast is that thing? Actually, we get to chase some people around town for a little bit. And throughout it, we'll be doing a little bit of optimization just to find the right timing to be grabbing all the vitamins and using them to boost up a bunch of my stats for the last hour push. Because a lot of the vitamins that you can only get from the Pokemon Center at this city, like how the X items you could only get at the specific Pokemon Centers earlier, the vitamins for permanently boosting those numbers can only be bought from that Pokemon Center that you see right there. We're not going to go to it just yet because we need to go this way, and we go in that direction after this fight, so we go in there then. Alright, now we just... with a little bit of boosting of our stats, and now we get back to what we're doing, chase this guy around. $143, I think that was. $143 gets me perfectly faster than Oleana's Salazzle, which is perfect. So I'm going to be... The only thing that I won't be faster than, that I need to worry about, in terms of them attacking first, is going to be the Barraskewda, which they don't have moves that I'm worried about. Actually, the only thing would be like an Ice Fang freeze. That would be it. Apart from that, not worried at all. I do not have to worry about stats at all. At this point, the Oleana fight itself, I don't have to set up at all because Earthquake against the Garbodor is it's pretty good. And I'm just remembering that I won't have to pick up the X speed outside the stadium because I bought extra, and because I've bought the Parbos to be faster than stuff. I won't need to be using a lot of them. I will use one in the Leon fight, and this is actually a fight where this is actually a Pokemon where I can just use I could just use Swampert for the Leon fight. A lot of the time, it is just safer and more consistent just to use Eternatus in that fight. But hey, I had the Swampert here, and it's going to do the job. Alright, we're just about getting to the point where, for some reason, we have a track that sounds like it belongs in a Sonic game. I'm sure people in the chat will be able to confirm whether or not it sounds like it should be in a Sonic game, be people more associated with Sonic games in general. This one. Alright, now we have these next 3 fights are going to be double fights, and they'll be lots have to worry about that. The Bronzong in this first fight is one of the more annoying Pokemon to deal with in the entire route. Because it has Levitate. You know how things are. It's like, oh, I want to be using things like Earthquake against all these steel types. No, can't do that. Alright, how about Surf? Well, it's just bulky as all hell. So what I'm going to do is spare the double and just waterfall these two. Although double will not be spared next. And we got to deal with the two more double fights, and then we get to fight Oleana, who has brilliant music and vibes. And what am I doing against her? It's essentially just Earthquake everything except the Serena, which I Ice Punch. Yeah, the double input stuff that I was talking about earlier, before that was kind of figured out, having a move in like the third slot was quite a disadvantage if you wanted to be using it a lot, because you'd have to be going down. Like, you'd have to be doing a lot of inputs, and it would be time that would just out over a 4-hour run. But if you can do quicker inputs like that, like you can even a little bit faster than what I did just there. Yeah, being able to do those real quick makes having a move in the third slot much less of a downside. Or double. Yeah, you can hear that the inputs are pretty damn quickly, or pretty tightly together. Yeah, sometimes I'll read some of the notes and the routing that people have done, and it's like, I can do it some other way, because having done this category a metric buttload, like a lot. I've done this category way too much. I've kind of just gotten used to how a lot of the AI wants to act in a lot of these fights, because one thing throughout this game is that all the AI have, like, I guess it's all quote-unquote smart AI, so they will use what is, I guess, optimal. So, in that being quote-unquote smart, it becomes predictable, and that is great for speedrunning. If you can have the AI be a measure of predictable, it becomes so much easier for routing. Whereas if there was a lot more randomness to it, like the Eternatus fight, which I'll get into later, that's as a real crapshoot. But everything else, that didn't kill. Interesting. Huh. Anyway. Capital comes out. Yeah, this late game ends up just becoming a lot of earthquakes. And thank you, Aliana. Alright, now we're getting into a lot of the refights. We're getting into the gym leader. What is it? Like the final bracket stuff. Doing some ominous stuff. Yeah, usually I would not have picked up X speeds by this point, so I would, at this point, take a detour to the left. In the car park, there is a single hidden X speed that I can grab, which is useful for the final fight, but I will not be needing it because I currently have them already. Oh yeah, before we get into the brief, I'd say we have one last fight of a particular jazzy tune. It's beat. He's back for one last fight. One more fight. That's one thing about doing this run, is that because my brain gets stuck in numbers mode too much, I forget how to use words. And usually when I'm usually streaming this, by the time I'm around this part, it's like well past 1 AM, so... It's Earthquake, and then set up an next attack, and then Earthquake the rest. On mine, do not care. I shall shake the ground. my time at currently? 3:30? Yeah, we're on pretty good pace. Alright, so now that that distraction is out of the way, we can get to the actual refights. Alright, Nessa, what do you have for me? Because I'm just going to be setting up, and whatever you do to me, having the minus defense nature can be a little bit scary coming in, trying to set up against someone like Nessa, because they do like to do some damage. They're going to be using all liquidation. No, that's a sword stand. That's fine. Alright, the barrier scooter is going to be faster, but they're not going to be able to do too much outside of get a potential freeze or a flinch. The seeking comes out both. Huh. That's one thing about this well, I said one thing. It's another thing about this category is that because you're approaching these trainers with different Pokemon, alright, let's use liquidation, that's fine. It can drop my defense, but that's it. Because you're approaching these trainers with different Pokemon, the way in which the order in which they send out Pokemon will end up being different to try and optimally take you out. Alright, nice punch. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why I needed the second X attack. Because I'm pretty sure a +1 Earthquake would be just fine against this Dreadnought, but who knows, I haven't done the math. One thing I've also learned with this B refight is that it's kind of scary to try and set up against the Hawlucha because it has some rather annoying moves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock out the Hawlucha first. Thankfully, like, it's fast, but it's also pretty frail. And the waterfall should get the job done. And I don't particularly like the idea of trying to set up giving extra turns against a Pokemon that has Bounce, which is a 2-turn move, which makes them uninteractable at some point. So what do you... Oh, you have Leaf Blade, don't you? Ooh. How much is this going to do? Yep. That's fine. It wasn't until I saw the Surf Edge out that I was like, oh yeah, you got a grass move that can do some damage. But it's fine. Usually what would happen is after taking out the Horlucha, the Phalanx would come in and use Rock Tomb to slow the speed, but the vast, like, apart from Horlucha, B's team is rather slow. So as long as you're faster than the Horlucha, having a speed drop, you're still faster than everything that B is going to throw at you. So it's not too much of an issue. But yeah, when they sent out the Surf Edge, I was like, huh, what? Oh, there's a Leaf Blade. Alright, Ryan, another fight that I don't actually have to set up on. Turns out, Earthquake is a pretty good move. It covers a lot of what the late game has to offer. Now we will have to use a different move for the fly one because... Oh, I should have used Ice Punch. Going in the other direction. Now I can go back to earthquaking everything. Get Ryan Pan up again. But not having this set up saves so much time. And the game is setting up oh, you got the final fight. And like, well, save that. Now again to that weird part that we'll talk about earlier about story, kind of an odd detour. We go back to where it all started. See if I can get through here without running into any Pokemon. It's not always successful. Because this is the part that was the very start of the game. Alright, nice. Now we get to continue further. And hopefully there's no Corviknights. Oh, there's one, but it luckily they were in an area that was okay for me to get around. Because those things are huge. Good morning. The run has been going quite well. We're just coming into the last stretch. Yeah, the Spook Dog sounds. There's a lot of our woos. Yeah, at this point, the I guess routing is very, very clear for me. It's very straightforward that I don't really even need to look at the notes anymore. Pretty sure. We just have to fight Rose, Dark Souls music and all. And then have to deal with the Eternatus, and then once all of this whole thing is blown over, we can then go and fight Leon for the final fight. Yeah, just a few more to go. Think what the Scavenger is going to use, because the moves it has are Mega Horn, Iron Head, Drill Run, and Sword Stance. I imagine a Sword Stance? Two of those are not very effective. And the third is not stab. So essentially the way this fight is going to go, I'm going to set up once and then Earthquake everything. Yep, there's the Sword Stance. Because they're all steel types, this is going to be fine. And because I didn't take damage, it makes it really nice that I really do not have to worry going into the next fight against it. Just this is what I meant by the kind of out of nowhere Dark Souls music. It's also funny that Peony, who we met earlier in the run about 3 hours ago, and Rose also have a Copper Rusher. But the way this run is looking, if I was able to have a better adventure, like getting out of it much quicker, this could have definitely contested for a PB. Right. what's my paper again for this category? Because I think this is the category that I did recently that I got the PB in. Where it's a 401.59. Yeah. I don't think that I'll be able to beat that with this, but I think we're looking okay-ish to be on track for like a 403, 404. Who knows? But there's still a decent amount of just story stuff to London. Not what I wanted. I did want the earthquake, but that is technically super effective. Well, I might as well do this. Eternatus is this Eternatus fight is one of the only fights where the moves that they use is literally random. It will randomly pick one of 4 moves. It has Cross Poison, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, and Dynamax Cannon. It will just randomly pick one of those 4 moves. It doesn't take into account what type you are, what is super effective, what is not very effective, what does not interact with you at all, what will kill, what... No, doesn't take any of that into account. It will just pick one of the 4 moves at random, which sometimes is really nice because I could sometimes be using a Steel type and they try and use Cross Poison. Or I'm using a Dragon type and they use Dynamax Cannon and they kill my run. Sometimes that just happens. Anyway, this part we just mash through because the first few turns we don't have our dogs with us, so we can't actually do anything. So the mashing is just going to happen. Oh yeah. I was on PB pace with Tyrantrum, who is a really good Pokemon for this run because, again, good poke, high attack, uses Earthquake, and the surrounding moves also really good. But yeah, turns out when a dragon gets hit with Dynamax Cannon, it really hurts. Now, when it is the 1 in 4, it's also a bit rough as well. Also, hello, Rocky. Welcome, boy. We're just into the final couple of fights for this run, and then we should be done. We have our emotional support dogs coming on through. Good morning. It is just becoming evening here. For me, I am currently in Australia. But yes, I recognize that it's going to be turning into morning for a lot of people that are not here. But we get the Woot song, so it's all good. One of the developments for this particular segment is just the use of Godspell, because the Eternamax, whatever you want to call it, Eternatus, will always use a Max Wormwind. Like, this part of the fight is much more scripted. It will always use a Max Wormwind, which the side effect of that drops all of our attack, which is really not ideal. But if we have the guard spec, that effect doesn't work. So we make it so we can make use of our attack buffs just that little bit more and see the damage coming up through. There's max flare. One good thing is that think about raid, just the raid mechanics, is that every now and then the Pokemon you're up against will essentially do like a cleanse of the board, and it will get rid of. Oh wow, that was very fast. It will get rid of all stat buffs that are on the opponent. But the fact they didn't do that, the dogs were able to get some multiple buffed attacks off. Really helps out. Sometimes Eternas will cleanse at the very first chance it gets, so you don't get to make use of the howl that the Zacian used at the start. And you kind of struggle through the fight a little bit, but no, that was really good. Just one more fight with Leon, and then we are done. Wildly enough. Wildly enough, this run is annoyingly close to my PB currently. And as I was saying earlier, if the adventure went better, this was easily a PB. If I didn't do some weird autopilot stuff earlier on, PB on the table. Who knows how this is gonna go. Yeah, after the fight is over, time will end on the black screen after Leon. I'm not sure if Greg or someone else is going to be around to actually hit the timer when we're ready to do it. We want the next attack. Budget, sweet. There's the Shadow Ball. There's the X speed. That's perfect. Yep, there's the Rillaboom. And I just do a lot of earthquaking again, and then I use waterfall on the Charizard. That should be done. And this is honestly how that's just like how Pokemon speedrunning has been for 20 years. You just like, you're able to set up on the first Pokemon, you do that, and then you just sweep through. Yeah, this was surprisingly close to what my PB is, which is a 401.59. Considering all the extra stuff I've done for like content. Charizard. That's the last move I'll have to use. Oh. Now we just have to wait for all this. Swampert is really good for this run, and especially when you grab the Marsh Stomp instead of the Swampert, because the moves that they come with are different, and as you saw, Waterfall, Ice Punch, great supplemental moves for that. Alright, so time is in 3, 2, 1, time. That's within a minute of my PB, so I'm pretty happy with that. That was a lot of fun. And thank you everyone for hanging out for this run. It's as with a lot of Pokemon speedruns, a lot of RPG speedruns that we've had, it is just a good time to just chill, to vibe, and that's honestly usually what I do with a lot of my streams in general. If I'm not running this over and over and over, I'm usually running some other game of a similar vibe. It's a chill time, so yeah, if you feel like coming around, GLPhoenix is where you can find me. I usually start my stream 10 PM my time, which is in an hour 15 from now. We'll be streaming tonight because this run is even though it's very chill, it requires a lot of mental energy to get through some of it. But yeah, thank you everyone. Continue to donate for Releash Atlanta. Thank you, Tom, and everyone for letting me do this thing. Hope you have a wonderful time. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the event, and stick around soon because DBK'd. Thank you for the GG, and good luck on your own coming up next. So I'll see you all around. Bye-bye.